Hi, everyone. Welcome to Book and Bujo. I'm Debbie, and thank you for joining me for sprints today. I have a few things I want to try and get done. We'll see if I can get them done or not. So I just started on a new granny square for my blanket, so I kind of want to get a few more of those done because I read way too much in May, and I am way behind on getting my granny squares done. I am also, I'm listening to an audiobook, and that is To Kill a God by Ben Galley. And that one is to complete my Challenge Yourself square for Herkied. Definitely want to get that one done. I'm also going to be listening to The Soul of an Octopus by Cy Montgomery, and that is for the Well Read Book Club with Carolyn Marie Reeds. And then I'm also going to be reading The Quitters Club by Jessica Strasser. So I'll kind of go back and forth depending on the sprint that we're having. And that one is for new release for Herkied. And then that would finish up my Herkied board. Yay! Hi, Sue. So glad to see you. Are you going to be doing some reading, some crafting, a little bit of both, some cleaning, hanging out with your daughter? Yeah. So glad that you could join me today. So we are most likely going to go until about 2 o'clock Pacific time. So that would be about 5 o'clock Eastern time, if that helps with wherever you are living. And yeah, I think right now we're about 8 hours, 7 or 8 hour different from the UK, if that helps. Yeah, so we'll go till about 2-ish my time. And we will, as always, start with a 30-minute sprint, and then we will move to the spinner wheel and see what happens after that. So I always like a shorter one to start, kind of ease us in, and then get some nice long chunky reads as we go through. So my spinner wheel usually consists of 35 to 60 minutes, and then we'll do some chatting in between each of them. Daughter is working and have lots of works you're working on. You're in California. Yeah, so we should be the same time zone, which is great. What books are you reading? Because I know you're doing Herkied as well, right? And hoping to get just one more square done. That would be so great. Yeah, I feel like with Herkied, if you turn one square green, like that is a huge win just for that, because most squares are multiple books. And to get multiple books for that one prompt category, then I feel like that's an amazing accomplishment. I'm also working on Herkied 3.0 because that announcement video did come out this week or last Friday. And yeah, I think I have my plan all ready. We'll see what happens. Mostly mysteries and westerns today. Oh, I like it. Oh, I'll have to show you. Ooh. See if I can get to it or not. I was over at my mom's house last weekend, and we were doing some chores and things around the house. My husband was outside weed whacking and getting her yard all nice. And we were going through some of my grandmother's boxes, some of the things that my uncle had brought for my mom and my aunt to go through and see if they wanted any of it. And one of the things that was in there, I just thought this was so cute, is this poor scraggly little horse. He's so cute. I'm like, is it a horse? Is it a donkey? I'm not sure, but he is adorable. And I have him sitting on my shelves in front of Lonesome Dove and Comanche Moon, so the two westerns that I have. And it is just so cute. I love looking up there. And so I get to think of my family as well. I don't think this was actually my grandmother's. It might have been my grandpa's or maybe my uncle's, my grandma's brother. So yeah, very fun. I like it. And he makes a fun little conversation piece on top of my shelves. Yeah, there's a few other. Oh, there's one more thing that I got that was kind of cool. And I got it all cleaned up. and it's, I want to say kind of like a scimitar, maybe, but it's so cute. And it actually says Sterling on it. So that's kind of cool. And I have plans to put this with my Gunmetal Gods series by Zamil Akhtar, and that one's a Middle Eastern mythology-based series. And I just thought this would be really good around those books. It would look really cool. I think I may be hooking some fishing line around the top here and then like hanging it from the shelves. And I have a couple of really cool old keys also. So it's just like a diary kind of key, but I thought those would be kind of cool to hang next to it as well. Be kind of fun. I have a similar horse, but yours is bigger. That's awesome. Had to pack away all my breakables away because of my cats. Yeah, I totally get that. Cats like to jump up on everything, but they bring so much joy. And that is cool, isn't it? I saw this and I was like, oh my gosh, that's mine. And everyone else was like, okay, we don't want it. But it fits really well with my whole fantasy love. And then here's the two little keys. Nothing special about them, but they're fun. And they're both hollow too, which was kind of interesting. I didn't realize that some keys were made hollow inside. Who knew? Yeah. Fun times. All right, let's go ahead and get started with our first 30-minute sprint. I will probably start. I have a playlist I can listen to by Citizen Soldier. Thank you, Stephanie, for sharing that with me. And I'm kind of hoping to listen to that while I'm physically reading or ebook reading with my eyeballs. I may start with that. See, hollow keys are new one to me. Oh, good. This is not just me. I can see like a diary key because they don't have to be like amazing kind of a thing. Like they don't need to be super intricate and all of that like you would for like a safe or, something more valuable, I guess you could say. Not that your thoughts aren't valuable, but the hole in the middle of them is kind of interesting. Yeah, I think I may start with The Quitters Club because I'm only 4 pages into that. And yeah, I need to finish that. But To Kill a God, I am 91% of the way through. I'm like so close, but the big battle just finished. And so now it's kind of the next steps, like what happens now kind of thing. So I feel like that was a good stopping point. Oh no, I'm 97% of the way through. So I'm almost done. Page 752 out of, what is it? 779 pages. So I'm really close to that, but I think I'm going to go ahead and go with The Quitters Club, lighten up the mood a little bit because it's kind of it's a contemporary. I know it's going to be somewhat dramatic as well, kind of a drama a little bit, but it's book club fiction, that kind of thing. See, hi Brandy. My reading goal this week is to finish 2 ebooks and 1 short physical book. Nice. I think I finally finished all my physical books. No, I have 1 more. I have Magician, but I have the audiobook for that one as well. I finished all of my physical only books, which is great. Now I do have some ebook only without the audiobook, but yeah, I love that. So 2 ebooks and 1 short physical. Nice. Are you taking part in any other readathons as well? Like maybe tarot readathon? We got Wonderathon just started, and what else am I doing? Camp Seasonathon. So go Turquoise Cabin if anybody else is out there. See, Sue is starting with Murder at the New Dawn. Oh, at the New Dawn B&B by Diane Harmon. Nice. My husband and I had our honeymoon at a B&B. It was very nice. We went up to Sedona, and it was for a friend's wedding was happening that weekend in Sedona. So we just decided that's where we were going to go. So we could go to the wedding and support her, but then also have a nice little vacation. See, Brandy's currently at 20% in The Guard in the Garden and enjoying it. Ooh, Guard in the Garden. I don't know if I've heard of that one. I'm going to have to look that one up. Let's see. Postcard in the Garden. Oh, by Z.S. Diamante. Nice. Yeah, it's cozy fantasy, I'm kind of assuming. Yeah, lighthearted, emotional, hopeful. I like that. Sounds good. I'm actually subscribed to their newsletter. I haven't read any of their books yet that I know of. Oh, yay! Brandy also in Turquoise Cabin. Yeah, so I've got at least the one book that I should be able to submit today for Turquoise Cabin. And what did I put that under? Takes place mainly outdoors, definitely. Weapon on the cover, definitely. I think there's a few other ones. Intimidating book, definitely. So a few others I can put in there for that one. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and read for 30 minutes, and then we'll come back and chat and see how well we all did. All right, let me switch screens, and I will see everyone again in 30 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. How did you do? Let's see, on page 20, so I made it about 16 pages, and had got my husband off to his parents' house. Him and his dad are working on an old Willys that they have and trying to get that running so they could sell it and get rid of one of the other cars they have on the property. So he used to be a mechanic, and so he has some older vehicles that need a little work, that, project cars that he never got to. So they're working on that. Let's see, Guard in the Garden is a cozy fantasy. Nice. It's kind of what it sounds like. Quitters Club. This one comes out in June. It's a Prime First Read. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free book every month. That's an upcoming new release. And this one's by Jessica Strasser. And so far it's interesting. I'm on chapter 3, and it's basically 4 friends that went to college together, and they try and get together every year or two, every so often, to just kind of reminisce and enjoy each other's company, catch up, and all that kind of stuff as they've moved on and don't necessarily live near each other anymore. And it's kind of fun because my sister-in-law actually does this. So when she went to college, she had roommates, and basically throughout the whole time she was there, and every year they get together and do something, which is really fun. Sometimes they'll go to Sedona. They'll go, they go to areas near them, but they've gone on like a little 3-day cruise and like things like that. It's kind of fun. But so far, I can see the drama part in it, as they're bearing their souls to each other and talking about their lives and that kind of thing. And it's called The Quitters Club, and it's already in the 2nd chapter where they talk about what that means. It's not always a bad thing to quit something. Sometimes you should stop doing something that maybe is not good for you, and you should just quit it and let it go and move on to something better. Let's see. Hello. Today I will be there to work alongside. It will give me, hopefully, motivation. And while working, I'm listening to an audiobook. Oh, The Three Musketeers by Alexander Dumas. I love The Three Musketeers. I have read, it's also a series, if you didn't know. I think there's 4 books. I've read 3 of the books so far, and they're very fun. It's the D'Artagnan romances. And yeah, it's the other books are, Three Musketeers is definitely the best of them, but they're all very interesting. And I have another one of his books on my want to read list for this year. And I think I put it on Herkiad 3.0, so hopefully I will actually read that. But yay! I'm glad you're here, and hope you get a lot of work done and make some good progress in your book. 15% of your ebook. Nice. What did I make it to? I think I'm 10% through. Not very far. Oh, no, 9%. Yeah, did not make it far. See, I read 14 pages and wrote my Goodreads review for Heartless by Elsie Silver. Nice. Yeah, I've only read one Elsie Silver book so far. Wild Love, I think, is what it was. And I mainly only remember that because yesterday I spent almost the whole day, because I realized, you know what? I've only submitted for like 3 squares in Herkiad. So I had to go through and submit all the rest of the books that I've completed for Herkiad. So that took me almost the whole day. Yeah. So there we go. Lesson learned. As soon as you complete a square, submit the books for those. Don't wait and do it all at once. It takes forever. But great job. 14 pages. I like it. See, didn't know. Thank you for telling me. 1,000 pages in my edition, only for the first volume. Yep. They're all fairly long. I feel like the other ones are a little bit shorter, but they're still really good. I enjoyed them. And it's more about D'Artagnan than it is about any of the other musketeers. But let's see if I can find... I don't know if Storygraph has them listed. Oh, they do. So yeah, Three Musketeers is the first book in the D'Artagnan romances. And then you have The Red Sphinx. And that one is, I think that one's 800 something pages. But that one was really good. Oh, no, but I've only read 2 of them. So the next is 20 Years After. So the Red Sphinx, I believe, is quite a few years later. And then you have another year, 20 years after that. And then the last one is... Oh no, the Red Sphinx is 1.5. So there's multiple books in this one. And then book 2 is 20 years after. Book 3 is the Vicomte de Bragelonne. And then book 4 is Louis de la Valliere. And they're all like 700 something pages. And then I've also read book 5, which is The Man in the Iron Mask, which I was reading that one. And that's how I found out that it's a series. I was like, wait, this is book 5 in this series of Three Musketeers? What? So then I went back and read the second book, which was The Red Sphinx. Yeah, there's 5 books in the series. I think that's it. Yeah, so 5 books in the series, and they're all fairly long. But I would say The Three Musketeers definitely worth it. Man in the Iron Mask I didn't like as much as Three Musketeers, but it was still a good one. See, I can't math today. 5%, not 15%. Oh, gotcha. I was going to say, wow, that was really good. All right. Let's see. What else is happening? I've mainly just been focusing on readathons this past week just because the Herkia 3 came out and Herkia 2 is almost over. Still in Tarot Readathon and Wonderthon just started. And so that's kind of where my brain has been. And I haven't really been doing much else. I have gotten a little bit of crocheting done. Not much. A few squares. But I did get all of April joined into my blanket. So I'm caught up through the end of April. And now I'm just working on May, which if you've seen my wrap up or any of those, it was like 48 books or something, like way too many books, over 40 books because of Escape the Readathon. A lot of them were short, like 4-hour audiobooks, under 200 page regular books. And yeah, but they were all really good. I thoroughly enjoyed them all. And yeah, I think that's really about it. We've been watching Stargate. So rewatching for, I don't know, the 5th or 6th or 7th time. We own the whole series, but they're on Netflix now too. So we started watching that. We finished the 2nd season of Supernatural, which was also a lot of fun. We're going to take a little break while we watch Resident Alien because that just came out with a new season. Those are always fun. I love sci-fi, and we watch a lot of sci-fi, but I don't necessarily read a lot of sci-fi. It's kind of weird. Not sure why, but I do enjoy watching sci-fi. And yeah, let's see. I don't know why I keep plugging my phone in because I got to pull it up and hold it up. So let's go ahead and see how long our next sprints will be. Ooh, 55 minutes. Nice. That'll be a good long one. And I will probably start The Soul of an Octopus for that one because I do need to get to that one. There's a lot of books that I've been waiting to start because they have like long words in the title and they work well with the looting map for Wonderthon. I needed to wait until Wonderthon started so I could read those. And so, yeah, I've got a whole lot of books that I'm waiting to get started and actually read those. Luckily, most of those are short and I've kind of finished a lot of my really long books like The Grace of Kings, which actually was really good. I did enjoy The Grace of Kings. I didn't like it as much as I thought I was going to, but I think it's more because it's more of a setup book into the rest of the series. So it's one when you're done, you're like, well, I mean, that was a lot of stuff, like a lot of characters, a lot of information. So it's not necessarily info dumpy. It's just, yeah, I guess it reads a little bit more like a history book, sort of. And kind of telling you, or with these people and this stuff happened, and then over here and this stuff happened around the same time, and then kind of once you get through the halfway point, you're seeing how all these characters start to intersect and interact with each other, and how you kind of get to see why we got the story we did at the beginning. And by the end, you're like, okay, now I can see the vision for the next book and what the rest of the series is going to be. So I'm at 3.5 stars for the first book, but the rest of the books I'm sure are going to get 4 stars and above. And then, of course, I'm almost done with the Skulusan Chronicles. Very excited for that by Ben Galley. That was one of my Challenge Yourself squares. So excited to get through that. Let's see. Have any of you read The Strength of the Few? I have the physical library book, but I keep putting it off. I'm nervous it won't be as good as The Will of the Many, which I gave 4.5 stars. I've heard some people love it just as much, and other people like The Will of the Many more. They still liked The Strength of the Few, but not as much. I don't know if I've really heard too many people say they liked it more than The Will of the Many. The ebook did come in from my library, but I ended up not getting it. I'm like, oh, go ahead and skip me, and I'll just put it on hold again. If it had been the audiobook, I might have picked it up. But with the ebook, I have so many other like physical and ebooks that I need to get through before I can get to that one. So I haven't actually read that one yet. But I definitely want to. And I feel like I think that one would work for one of the Herkiad prompts too. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I don't think I put it in there though. I do have other James Islington books on my TBR coming up. And oh, there they are. I'm like, I lost my spinner wheel. Found it. A little distracted. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else is going on. See, I got my water. Make sure you stay hydrated. We're supposed to get rain today. I'm hoping. I can definitely use it. It's been a little warm and a little dry lately. So getting a little bit of moisture will be nice. And yeah, I feel like life's been kind of boring, which is great. I didn't have to leave the house pretty much at all this week. It was amazing. Because last week I had someplace I had to be every day but one. I actually got to stay home and just kind of do whatever. And this week it's been nice. I haven't had to go anywhere, just to do all the stuff around the house, and that was nice. I actually got some cleaning and chores done. I felt very accomplished. I am trying to stick to and do like a 15-minute tidy every single day. Try and do that when in the mornings so I can get more like weird cleaning things done, like like empty out the shredder and clean the flaps inside the laundry machine and like random little things like that you don't normally do in just a normal everyday clean, when you're cleaning the bathroom or vacuuming or whatever. So I'm trying to do some of those things every day. And so far so good. I got the laundry room cleaned up. So like dusting the shelves, and it's laundry / utility room. So we have an extra fridge freezer in there for overflow and drinks and things like that. And then we have a couple of bookcases that have, like the toilet paper and paper towels and Kleenex and all the extra stuff, some cleaning supplies and stuff in there. And then we have the water heater and the washer and dryer and all that kind of stuff in there. And so I got that all cleaned up, and I got the hall cleaned up. Super boring stuff, but stuff that's necessary to get done, right? Okay, let's go ahead. Enough of me just jabbering on. Let's go ahead and move to our 55-minute sprint, and I'm going to switch to my audiobook and listen to The Soul of an Octopus. And we'll see what I think about that one. That one's a nonfiction, and it's supposed to be kind of heartwarming, and that's about all I So excited to give it a try. Whoops. There you go, chatting away again, and it's muted. So somehow my headphones connected to my computer instead of my phone. So there we go. I think I got it figured out now. See, Florida is super steamy. It's 79% humidity and 89 degrees. Oh my gosh. Trying to stay inside as much as possible. Absolutely. Oh, humidity is not my friend, especially like if you have like big hair, like a lot of hair. And when it's really humid, it just gets like bigger and more frizzy and bigger. It can make you really hot, like makes your neck hot and everything else, and not fun. So yeah, I totally hear you with staying inside when it's humid because that's a lot. Because I'm sure it may be 89 degrees, but it feels like what, 95, 97, something like that. Oof. Yeah. I think it's supposed to be 89 degrees here too, but I think we're at 47% humidity, which is still a lot for me because, Arizona, I'm used to like 12%, which is kind of more of my sweet spot, somewhere between 6 and 15%, which most people hate, but that's what I'm used to, and I love it. Yeah, ugh, I feel yeah. Yeah, humidity just I feel like it just wipes you out, kind of drains you of your energy when it gets to be super high like that. So hopefully you can stay cool and stay dry inside. All right, let's go ahead and move over. Oh, trying some different layouts here. Which way do we want to go? No, we'll just stick with this one. Okay, probably not the best time to start playing around with weird settings. Okay. So I will see everyone again in 55 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. How did you do? See, I ended up going back to Kill a God and finished listening to that one, and I got that one finished since I was at 97%. 5-star series, love it. The Skulusan Chronicles by Ben Galley. So good. And you could read it on its own, I guess, but it's really the companion series to the Emaneska series, which has 4 books in it and then a few novellas. And that one is also a 5-star series. So good. But it's kind of the continuation of that series. And so I finished that, and then I got about an hour into The Soul of an Octopus by Cy Montgomery. Oh my gosh, so far it's just so cozy and sweet. And yeah, it's nonfiction all about this person's interactions with the octopus. And yeah, so cute. I'm liking it. See, Sue says it's a little cooler here today. It was over 100 the past few days. Yeah, it's been getting warm. And my poor mom doesn't have AC. Ooh, I think that was thunder. I know our neighbor across the street's working on their motorcycle and they have kind of a loud one, but I think that one sounded like thunder though. Let's hope. Anyway, yeah, my poor mom doesn't have, she has a window air conditioner unit in her bedroom, but she doesn't have AC in the rest of her house. And so when it's like 98, 99 outside, the house gets like all dark because she closes all the curtains and all the blinds and turns the ceiling fans on just to keep it nice and cool in the house. So it's been warm for her the last couple days. No reading that sprint, fell asleep. Ooh, that's good though. A nice nap. Not going to say no to a nice little nap every so often. Love it. I did. Oh, I think I just put it away. I did get one of my granny squares done. This one is a 4-star read, and the black is for horror, and this was for King Sorrow by Joe Hill. That one was a 4.5, not quite a 5, because at the beginning, I really wanted to kind of DNF it. I'm like, oh, this is not for me. But I'm glad that I kept going because it ended up being so good. So good. I understand why the beginning of that is there. It's setting up for all the rest. And I'm sure most people enjoy that part. Just, it's not the style of book that I want to read, like just the characters and like it's about drugs and that kind of stuff. And I'm like, but it kind of went away from that. And you got a lot more into it. So that was good. And then I'm almost done. I got 3 corners done. I got one more corner left to do of this one. And this one is for The Forever King, the first book in the Skulusan Chronicles, which is the book I just finished, or the series I just finished. And that one was for 5 stars. It's The Full Moon. And then the Sparkly Gray is for fantasy. So almost done with that one. I should be able to finish that on one other sprint, which is great. Let's see. Yeah, I've got like 30 more squares to do. So I have to put them all back in there. Oh, I should show you some of the yarn my mom brought me. So when Joann's was going out of business, she went in and bought a whole bunch of yarn for my niece and sent her a bunch of it. And then there's still kind of some left, and she brought it over to me to see if I wanted any of it. Some of it's a little weird, but let me show you. Okay, we have a normal kind of blue color, and there's a couple of these. I did use this for my April squares to join them into my blanket. And since there's still, I didn't even get into this one. There's 2 of each of them. So since there's still so much of it left, I may use it again in like September or something like that. I don't know why I think of blue as September. Maybe because that's the birthstone color. I don't know. But anyway. Oof. And then one of the kind of weird ones, it's super fun, but it's a little too chunky to use as the joining color into the blanket. It would make it a little too big. So not sure what I'm going to do with this one. I think a beanie would be good. Maybe a scarf. Not sure. And then there's this one, which is nice. It's that same kind of chunky chenille kind of style yarn, I guess you could say, but it's a little thinner than the other one. So I might be able to use this one to join some of them together. Maybe I'll use this in December. I don't know. We'll see. And then this one, not quite sure what to do with this one. Yeah, it's got all these loops around it, but I'm not quite sure how this would work in my book blanket. If it would, I don't know. It's definitely interesting. It would be weird to work with, I think, but I'm intrigued by it and am interested to see what I end up making with it. I may just kind of start a beanie or something just to kind of work with the yarn a little bit and feel it out and see what it is. But if you've worked with this type of yarn before, let me know what you made with it and what you thought. It does say it's for blankets, but I don't know, it's a little weird. It's super soft, like you just want to like cuddle up with it. So I think maybe like a cardigan or something would be kind of fun with this. So make a nice scarf. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like a scarf or a shrug. My mother-in-law calls them, so you could use it as a scarf, but you could put your arms in it as well. And so then it covers your arms, but only kind of comes up to here. So it just kind of keeps your arms warm without making the rest of your body hot. Because usually for me, it's my arms that get cold and my core is just fine. So the shrugs are great. Okay, now to put these back. Yeah, it's funny. My mom brought me the yarn in an old dog biscuit box. And so my dog keeps just shoving his nose and his whole head like into this box because he smells like that there were dog biscuits in there at some point. But then he's all disappointed because there's no dog biscuits in it. So it's kind of funny watching him just shove his nose in there. Okay, so next sprint, I usually try and do every other, so I will probably go back to the Quitters Club, although that means I can't crochet, but that's okay. So I'll go back to the Quitters Club and read some more of that, and then the sprint after that one, then I will go back to my audiobook. Don't forget to stay hydrated. I've got some Rasa Original. Love them. It's kind of a coffee alternative without tasting like coffee because I don't actually like coffee. Ooh, there's thunder. Oh, I love it. I'm sure you can't hear it, but it's so nice to have just like a little bit of rumblies. Usually monsoon season in Arizona usually starts or used to always start around the 4th of July weekend, somewhere in that area. Lately, it's been more like late July. And sometimes when we get a storm in June, we don't necessarily get a whole lot later, but we're supposed to get more rain this year than normal. So I'm hoping, and there's been talks of early monsoon. So I'm hoping that we will get a monsoon. Oh, Walter just came in to join me. He's like, I'm bored. My buddy's gone since my husband went to my in-laws' house. So he's here all by himself in the living room, just bored, wanting something to do. So I may end up playing with him for a little bit during the next sprint. So let's go ahead and see how long it'll be. $40 minutes, not too bad. That'll be a good chunk. And I've been kind of toying with the idea. I can tell it's getting humid again. I think I'm gonna have to put my hair up. I've been toying with the idea of rearranging my shelves a little bit again. I kind of changed it so there we go, mirror image. There we go. These two shelves here across on this side too are all my special edition books. So like the books from the Broken Binding Kickstarter editions, things like that. But I'm kind of toying with the idea of rearranging it so one section starts all books that I've read, and then it'll move to books that I still need to read. But I don't know if that's going to be kind of a big project. I'm not quite sure. But still have that band in the middle that's the special edition books. I'm not sure. I'm still kind of figuring out what I want to do with that, but that's also going to be kind of a big project. So I may save that for a later time. I also need to finish sanding and staining my Adirondack chairs. I got one full chair and the footstool done, but I still have another chair, footstool, and a table left, a little side table left to do. But I waited too long and now it's hot. So I'm gonna have to wait probably until September for that, or October. We'll see. I have to feed the cat, so I listen to Zane Grey's The Last of the Plainsmen next. Oh, my mom loved Zane Grey books. I remember that when I was growing up. Zane Grey and Louis L'Amour. Those were the two books that I usually saw her reading when she was reading, which she didn't always have a lot of time to read, but she did like to read. So I'm glad she passed that on to my sister and myself. And of course, I'm sure you all have heard from previous videos, but my sister was an English literature teacher for many years. She's now a guidance counselor, but yeah, she loved working with literature and teaching it to her high school students. All right, let me change the timer. 40 minutes. So I will probably play with Walter a little bit, and then I will go to my physical book or ebook and keep reading The Quitters Club, because so far it's been interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next perspective. So there's 4 friends, but I think there's only 3. It looked like there might only be 3 we get the perspective from. It's probably all 4 of them, but it goes friend 1, 2, 3, 4, and then back to friend 1, 2, 3, 4. So it goes, every chapter is a new perspective, and you rotate through each of the friends each time. So that's kind of nice. Alrighty. Switch over here. Get the timer in there. And then after this sprint, I probably need to fix lunch for the family. And then, so I will do that during the next sprint. And then we will do 1 or 2 more and then call it a day for the afternoon. So hopefully that will get everybody a little bit of their afternoon at the end to do whatever they want. Or if you're on the East Coast, in time to start making some dinner. All right, I will see all of you in 40 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. How'd you do? Let's see, I made it to page 32, so I actually got about 12 pages read. But I also got another 10-ish minutes in on the audiobook because I realized what time it was and I needed to feed my dog. So I did that. And I was also half reading, half crocheting. I wanted to finish my square, so I got that one done, and that one is again for the Forever King. And then I did start the next one. This one's going to be a 4-star one. And, oh no. This one, oh yeah, actually, yeah, this one's a 4-star one. My next one's actually a 3-star one, but let's see. Oh yeah, whoops. Messed that one up a little bit, but that's all right. I can switch around for that. Let's see. Brandy had to step away to help her husband, but she's back to reading now. Nice. I like it. Hopefully you got through a little bit. I wish I could show you outside. It's kind of sunny in one section, but then if you kind of look a little farther out on the window that's over here, you just see like this big gray chunk that you could tell it's kind of raining in that area. So beautiful. I love it. Love it. And I don't really have much to report other than that. Yeah, the octopus book, The Soul of an Octopus, so far is just so cute, so sweet, and already learning so many things about octopus. I didn't realize that they only live like 3 or 4 years. They have very short lives. It's kind of interesting. I didn't know that. Brittany, hello. I just joined in the last part of the sprint. Hope that wasn't the last one. Nope, still have another 1 or 2 to go. I plan on going to about 2 o'clock Pacific time. So it's 12:30 my time right now. So 2-ish, depending on how long the next couple sprints are. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go back to the spinner wheel. Let's go ahead and just see what the next one's going to be. So we've had 55 and a 40 so far, and a 30, of course. So 40, we just did that one. Oh, this is going to be that weird. So it's weird, this whatever wheel that I started using, now they have like an add thing that goes at the end, and then it takes you to a new window, and so you can't use the spinner wheel until after the ad's done. So that's kind of annoying, but you can close it and reopen it. So 50 minutes, that works. So we'll have 40, we'll have had a 55, a 40, and now a 50. And then we'll do at least one more after that. All right, let's go ahead and get this one switched. 50 minutes. See, I think I will switch to Reaper at the Gates audiobook so I can knit and listen. Nice. Reaper at the Gates. That sounds familiar. Oh, Saba Tahir. Nice. At first I was like, oh, is that Malazan? But no, it's not. Oh, the third book in the Ember and the Ashes series. Nice. I was hoping that's on my D20, 26 and 2026. It's on one of those lists for me to try and read Ember and the Ashes this year. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Let's see, missed one. I registered myself to the Herkiad 3 because you were talking about it. Nice. Yay. Yeah, I should have my planning video coming out really soon. I'm hoping to have it come out Monday, if I can get it edited in time. It's hard with so many books in there. I think in total, if you don't double up, it's 150 books. So if you do double up for all of them, then it's only 75 books, which is a little more manageable. But there's also so many cool ones. There's a kid version this year, which is like 1 book per square. It's only 25 books. And then there's I ain't got time for that. version, which is pretty much one book also, which is nice. And then there's the gamification one where you roll a die to add to a prompt. So make it whatever the prompt is, but the author has to be BIPOC author, or the book or the author has to be LGBTQIA plus or something like that, which is pretty fun. I love that aspect to it. And I'm going to try and do that at least once for each square, but we'll see. So didn't get much listened to, but I was working my jigsaw puzzle. Nice. It's a fantasy of dolphins in the sky. Ooh, that sounds really pretty. I'm sure that would be a beautiful one. Is it, how big is the puzzle? It's like 1,000 piece, 500 piece, 2,000 piece. I have a 2,000 piece puzzle and I don't have a surface in my house big enough to work it. So I gotta get one of those Costco table, the big plastic tables that fold in half. I gotta pull that out at some point to actually work on that one. But I figured maybe I'd start in a corner and do that corner and then kind of do each of the different corners and then eventually put them all together. So that way I don't have this random table taking up space in my house. We'll see how that goes. Yes, third book, and the fourth just came in from the library. Nice. How many books are in that series? I didn't realize I thought it was a trilogy. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Oh, so 4 so far. Nice. I like it. Floor woodwork, yeah. My dog would definitely be helping with that. That would be interesting. I could just see it now. He has like a puzzle piece stuck to his nose or something. Stuck on one of his jowls on the side. That would be really cute. I'm sure that you'll try the gamification one. Yeah, it seems your style to try harder and have fun at the same time. Exactly. It's definitely harder. Some of the books I already struggled with, but I ended up going, so some spoilers for y'all. I ended up going to my spreadsheet that has a list of all the ebooks that I have, and I just started typing in the words and say, like, is there a bard? Do I have a book that has the word bard in it? Do I have a book that has sulfur or selenium or whatever, one of the periodic table of elements? And that's kind of how I picked some of the books. And I went to my 26 and 2026 list, my family challenge list, like the books that I have on my shelves. So instead of trying to get just popular books or ones like, oh, I want to get to those, I'm trying to actually read the books that I have. And that makes it a little harder, especially with on some of them that I want to put some classics in. There's less availability for like the non-white authors and LGBTQIA plus, because you didn't necessarily know that at the time, and it's not necessarily in the story because it was kind of taboo at the time. So it's a little harder to find some of those. Oh, 400 piece on my tablet. Oh, that's cool. The cats won't let me work actual jigsaw puzzles. Oh yeah, yeah. I could see little paws in there, and then they probably just lay on it, right? That wherever it is that you're about to work and put puzzle pieces, that's right where they're going to lay. Just like when there's just a piece of paper on the floor, that's where they lay. Which is always I always find that interesting. Why is that? I don't know. Kind of fun though. Animals are so fun. I used to have one of those little frogs. They're tiny ones. They're not like frogs like you think of, like the Prince and the Frog kind of frogs, but they live in the water. And so I had a fish tank that had a couple of these little frogs in there, and they were so cute. I really loved those. And one time I was gone, and somebody was watching the frog for me, feeding it and all of that. And they came in one day, and it was on the carpet. It jumped out. Didn't make it. So that was sad. But that was fun while it lasted. And I don't think I've really gotten one since, but they were really cute. Used to have fish too. Very fun. And relaxing. It's very relaxing watching fish just swim around in a tank. I don't know why, but it is. All right, let's see. I'm going to go back to audiobook. So Soul of an Octopus, speaking of aquatic creatures, which also works for Herkiad prompts. That was one of them. So it's different animal kingdom species. So dogs, cats. So I guess like felines, canines, arachnids, birds. I don't know the rest of the yeah, I don't know the rest of the terms. Birds and fish and mammals. Very fun. That one's going to be an interesting prompt. Just finished my puzzle. Very nice. I love it. Yes, I found a book that had a mountain lion on it, and I'm not sure. It's probably a shifter book. So somebody shifts into from human to mountain lion, kind of like the werewolf thing. Yeah, so that'll be an interesting one. I'm usually not the biggest fan of shifter books, mainly shifter romances, I guess, because there's a lot of like the fated mates and all that in there, or wide shoes, harem kind of things. I'm not really my thing, but we'll see. This one looked like it was a cute one. It was an audiobook I got free on Chirp at some point. It's every Friday they have like 6 or 7 audiobooks you can get for free. And so I go through there each Friday and see if there's 1 or 2 that look interesting. So I pulled a bunch of those into my Herkiad plan as well. Just definitely gonna be interesting with a whole lot of oddball books that I know nothing about and no idea how I got access to some of them. Hopefully I will finish the Shimmigrant. It's not great, but I'm almost done. Oh yeah. Sometimes you just want to, I mean, I get the DNFing thing, but sometimes you just want to finish it because sometimes the end of the book, you're like, that made it worth it. Or you know what? I just want to say it's done. Yeah. So hopefully the ending is better than the rest of the book for you. Okay, back to Soul of an Octopus, and we will read for 50 minutes. So see you guys in a little bit. I will probably make some lunch and eat that while I'm reading as well. Oh, I quit Herkiad 2.0 after just a couple months. Way too much for me. Oh, I totally get it. But I would say too, just like do one square. If there's one square that looks interesting, do that prompt. And that's it. And for me, that would be a win because the Herkiad's hard. It's not an easy challenge. And you gotta really like planning and all of that, or being able to find suggestions that other people have read, or hey, I read this book, will it fit anywhere? That's what I did with some. I just started reading books for normal and then I was able to kind of work those into Herkiad prompts. Yeah, but I totally get it. It's not for everybody. It's a lot. It's a lot. So it was a Goodreads win, so I tried to give it a go. Oh, got it. Yeah, I don't think I heard of that one. I kind of stopped using Goodreads and just kind of focused on Storygraph. See, my brain wants to black out all challenges, so I just quit instead. Yeah, I get that. I think that's one thing that's great about the I Ain't Got Time for That version. You just have to do one for each square, and so that's 25 books. So a little more doable. You know, if you're someone who reads 2 books a year, or 2 books a year, 2 books a month, then that would work, and you could just throw in a graphic novel or a manga or a novella or something for that last little book. But also for brain space, just don't do it. Yeah, it's kind of like a Wonderthon right now. I'm still just trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing, and I need to make sure I don't let my team down. That's why I'm with the team-based ones. Like, it's good, but it's also hard because, like, if you're like in a reading slump or something, and you're like, "Oh, I signed up for this team thing, and now I'm going to let my team down because I'm not going to get as many books read as I normally do," and or whatever. It's puts a lot of pressure to not let the team down. But you know, the team's like, "Oh, don't worry about this. We got you. You know, it's fine." But it can also be encouraging because the team is there for you. See, I like the 1 book per each square. I'm going to do that to start and then go to finish the squares I'm interested in. Yeah, I like that. I also like the kids one. Do the kids one too. Like if you're not into the whole thing, do the easier kids version. I think that's fun too. Yeah. Okay. Lunchtime and reading, and I will see y'all again in 50 minutes. Welcome back. How did everybody do? I made some soup, quick soup, and then made through a little bit more of my audiobook. Let's see, I'm at 2 hours and 20 minutes, so that's awesome. I started at 0 originally, so made another almost hour, and then I read another like 7 pages in the Quitters Club while I was eating my soup. I made my husband lunch because he got home. I kind of chatted a little bit about how his day went. See, I'm in five yearly challenges plus some monthly challenges. That seems to be the perfect amount of reading for me. Fun, but a little challenging. Like it. What yearly challenges are you in? Are you doing like Buzzword and You're in Aldia? Let's see. Completely Melanie has the TBR Knockout. And then, of course, the Bridge 4 challenges are a lot of fun also. I think those are the main ones I do. And TBR-a-thon with Leandra, the TBR 0. Those ones are all really fun. Love to find out which ones you're doing because I know there's so many great ones out there. See, I found so many great books and authors due to participating in challenges. Yes, like Horror Bingo Readathon with Sarah from Wicked Reading. So many interesting books. And then the last readathon, Escape the Readathon with Lexi from Books with Lexi. I found some great suggestions from my team for that one. I think I've read 5 or 6 books in like May and part of the first part of June that were just suggestions from them that my library happened to have ready to borrow, which was great. What's the other one? Our fantasy bingo. There's the romance bingo with Covers with Cassidy. There's quite a few of the bingo ones. I think Sarah from Wicked Reading has another one, the Well-Rounded Read One bingo board. I just watched her video with that and I can't remember the name of it, but basically having a more well-rounded reading experience, not just reading 1 or 2 genres. Let's see. Finished The Shimmigrant. 3 stars was being generous. Oh no. The ending was very abrupt, but I guess the author decided to turn it into a series. Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah. I don't like abrupt endings. Like cliffhangers are one thing, but just kind of like, well, and there you go. You're like, okay. So hopefully it was worth making it through. At least you get another book done. I'm assuming you're not going to continue with the series. So you're reading The Making of Molly Gardner by Bernadette Eden now. Nice. Hopefully that one is much better than the last one you read. And then 9 pages in The Making of Molly Gardner. Nice. I love that. Yeah, I love going back to kind of all of the different readathons. It's been so much fun just being able to like read outside my comfort genre. Like I love fantasy, but then there's all the different subgenres of that too. So I mean, you have fantasy and romantasy, which is the main ones, right? But then, like the gothic fantasy, like I think one of my favorite subgenres, I guess, would be gothic horror, gothic fantasy, gothic whatever. I love the kind of gothic genre. So good. And I found most of those through doing readathons. No, not trying the series. It's probably a good idea. Not worth the extra little time it takes and brain energy. Much better things to read. Let's see, it's 1:30 here. So we can do at least one more, maybe 2 more sprints. We'll see. See, I hate cliffhanger endings. Yeah, they're okay. But if I hear that there's a cliffhanger ending, I'll just wait until the series is out before I read the whole thing. Yeah. For the most part, I don't read a lot of new releases, except for this year because of the Herkiad Challenge of the new releases. I've read way more than I ever would have before. But I tend to do more backlist books because those are the ones you can find a little more easily at the library and you can keep them for longer. Like the new releases you get for 14 days or you get it for 21 days, but you can't renew the book at all. So you have to really crunch to get it in there. And I'd rather, take my time with it. And I mean, sometimes, especially if it's a physical book, so I mean, sometimes I'll like speed through it, just because it's so good and I'm just like reading and just constantly doing nothing but reading that book, and I'll finish it in a day or two. But I like the option to not have to do that. So I read just about everything though. Nice. Yeah, there's some things that like I don't really like true crime or more like drama heavy books. Not really my thing. I'll read them if it's for a book club or something like that, but it's not something I'm really drawn to. But, I will give them a try if they come out. So I feel like some authors just choose cliffhangers to ensure you read the series. Agreed. It's a marketing tactic, I would definitely say, kind of like with the buzzwords that go along with some of that. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I need to finish my soup, so let's go ahead and do another sprint really quick. Let's see. We've got a couple bites left. Let's see what we're going to do. Had some more thunder rumbling too on that last sprint, which was awesome. 60 minutes. Well, if we do 60 minutes, then they'll probably just be the one sprint. So that'll work. So we'll do a 60-minute sprint and then chat a little bit more, and then that will probably be the end, because I was configuring somewhere between 2 and 2:30 to stop, and that would bring us just over 2:30. So nice. I get new releases with my Amazon Prime every month with their free first reads. Yes, I love those. That's the book I'm reading now. And that helped me with the new releases too. I totally forgot at the beginning of the year, like when we first started the Herkia 2. I totally forgot that I get a free ebook every month that's a new release. That would have been so much easier. And I love this Woven Kingdom and finished the series, even though I didn't give any other books more than 3 stars. Yeah, I get that though. I have some where it's like a 3-star series, but I just enjoyed my time with it so much that, like the enjoyment was really high, and maybe all of the rest of the things, like characters and plot and writing and all of that were a little bit lower. But they were fun. So I can see that. Regular fantasy is my least favorite. Got it. I will read romantasy and urban fantasy. Nice. Yeah, I do like classic fantasy. I'm one of those that I like the slow trek and really getting into the characters as they do this like long journey kind of thing. I actually really like those, but I know that is definitely not everybody's cup of tea. And I do like romantasy. So if you think of the distinction of fantasy romance versus romance fantasy, I prefer fantasy romance. So I like fantasy with a bit of romance as opposed to romance with a bit of fantasy. But I will read both. And urban fantasy is always very fun. Hi, Jennifer. So for anyone just coming in, we probably have 1 sprint left, and we're going to go for an hour for this one. And then we'll do a little chatting after that, and then be done for the rest of the day. And I'm hoping it'll start raining in this next sprint, because that would be amazing, or at least get a little more thunder going. Maybe not too much though, because we have been under fire advisory because of how windy it's been, so we don't want lightning strikes, but hopefully we will get some rain. Okay, so let me change our timer to 60 minutes, and I'm probably going to finish my soup and read a little bit more of my ebook. And then when I'm done, I will go back to my audiobook and work a little bit more on my crochet. So I've got just the outer part of the square left to go. So I should be able to finish that one and maybe start on another one. All right, I will see everybody in 60 minutes. Oh, got to change the thing so you can see the clock. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. How did your hour go? I did get one more square done for my book blanket and then started one more. So getting there for that. And then I made it 44% of the way through my audiobook. So I started it from 0 this morning when we started doing the sprints, and a total of 17% through my audiobook. Or my ebook. That's what that is. Let's see. I love classic epic style fantasy. Yes, definitely my favorite genre. Cozy fantasy and cozy mystery is a nice break from big chunky fantasy books. Yeah. I've really been enjoying sci-fi too. Me too. I still tend to watch sci-fi more than I read it, but I don't know why, because I love reading sci-fi when I get to it. It's like the Expanse series. I've read all the comics, or the graphic novels comics that there are, but I've only read the first book so far. I've loved the series, but I don't know why I haven't gotten around to even the second book in the series, which is weird. So yeah. Someday. I think part of it is because I don't own them. That could be. Read 41 pages. Nice. Great job. I was able to get some knitting done, 2 chapters of my audiobook, and chatted with my cousin. Nice. Yeah, I have a cousin that lives nearby, which is nice. So when growing up, we always said there was 4 of us. So I have a sister and then 2 cousins, and we always grew up near each other. So it was like we were 4 sisters, and I still live near one of them, which is nice because my other cousin's a couple hours away, and then my sister is like 5 states away. So she's up in Oregon. Yeah, she was in Texas, which was, well, actually where she is in Oregon, well, I guess she's in Washington. She's on the border of Washington and Oregon. So right on the border. And yeah, so it's a little bit further, not much, a little bit closer. I don't remember now. One of the two. But yeah, it's interesting to have, families kind of separate. So it's nice when you have some that are close by. I had another cousin that was kind of close by, but she's now in Montana. So a lot further. Well, I want to thank everybody so much for joining me for my sprints today. And it was a lot of fun and got a lot done. I got like 4 granny squares done, 4 or 5 granny squares done, which is great. Needed to do that because I'm getting behind on those. And I will have more sprints coming up in July. It's usually the 2nd or 3rd Saturday of the month, somewhere in there, depending on what happens during the month. And hopefully everyone made some progress in readathons and just books that they're doing, their TBR and crafting and all of that fun stuff. And yeah, that's all we got for today. And I will see everyone again in my next video, which will be coming out on Monday. And that should be my Herkyhead planning for 3.0, hopefully. Oh, thank you so much, Brandy, for always showing up, and you are most welcome. I always have a lot of fun. And Sue, thank you for being here as well. I know you guys are always here, and I love that because sprints can always be kind of nerve-wracking, I guess. You get a little nervous beforehand, like, is anybody going to be there? Is anybody going to be in the chat and actually kind of comment back and everything. So you guys are always amazing, and thank you so much. You make me feel special. So hopefully I am able to convey to you how special you are all for being here with me. I love it. Thank you. And yeah, I will see you guys in my next video, and then again in July for sprints. So bye.